no, here we go. And look, chat's already at it. Oh my gosh, hit the button. Let's get this thing started over here. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is January 30th, 2025. We're gonna write a little bit of code today. And yes, I'm fighting with Restream doesn't know what software and game development is on Twitch. There it is. We got the category updated. How you doing out there, friends? We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. There's the chat room right over there. We've got folks watching from all over the place. Let me get YouTube up and running over here on my other screen so we can talk a little bit more about what's going on. Hi, yes. Come on now. Come on now, YouTube. Get us in there. There we go. There we go. And now we can see all the things on the tube of views. There we go. Nope. You're going to misbehave a little bit. All right. How you doing there, friends? Let me welcome in the chat room Null Sheffa with the big wave. C Sharp Titan. Hello to you. Hope you're having a good evening there in Melbourne. My hat stand is here and already running the hat command. Yes, it is a Vault Tech cap. It's a brown baseball style hat, prominent rectangular patch in the front with Vault Tech in bold yellow. It is reminiscent of the Fallout video game series Vault Tech branding. It has a rugged post-apocalyptic aesthetic that ties into the Fallout universe. Prepare for the future with style. Vault Tech approved. Thank you so much. How you doing there, Ionescu? Hello. Surly Dev. I'm sorry. Surly, it's great to see you. Hello. How have I been doing? Hope you've been doing well. I'm doing just fine here, C Sharp Titan. I've got a little bit of tightness in my shoulder, a little bit of muscle tightness. It's been a little bit of a struggle, but we're working through it. It's a thing we're getting through. I talk to a lot of developers. And I read a lot of social media. And something that struck me overnight, there were folks, there's folks, and there's a common complaint out there that we've heard, we continue to hear, about .NET MAUI and Microsoft doesn't build a user interface framework for Linux. And that's right. We don't. We have our own operating system. Microsoft builds things with .NET MAUI that work on Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android. And there is no Linux support. And there are people who are quite vocal that they're not happy about that. There's also community tools and frameworks out there like Project Uno and Avalonia that work and you can use to build and target other operating systems. But there's this group of folks that you see pop up every now and again. Hey, I really like working with .NET, but I can't use any of the community libraries for whatever reason, or community framework. And the interesting thing is when these folks come back and they say, but I'm working on Linux. So I posted a message about this saying, I'm having a hard time trying to understand how those two sides meet. You can't use community tools that work with .NET, but you're running on Linux. Where do you think that operating system came from? And I posted a message about this on Blue Sky, and man, oh man, have the Linux trolls come out of the woodwork. We refuse to use any Microsoft tools or anything. Okay. So, always interesting, always compelling when folks do something like that. And sure, okay. So yeah. And these same folks, they use GitHub, they use NPM, they use these other products. It's like, okay. So, similar to how people have been telling you that .NET is a light version on Mac OS or Linux. Exactly. The one person was complaining, oh my gosh, .NET is trash. Well, for 25 years with millions of developers and billions of applications running out there, can't be that bad. Can't be that bad. Welcome to C# things. Absolutely. Like, there's opinions, and then there's opinions that are strongly held. It's okay to learn and change your mind about things as stuff changes, evolves, and grows, because there's so many wonderful things out there that you can learn and try. I develop regularly on Linux. I'm not going to be doing it today. There's a little bit of a challenge with some of the tools that I want to use that's being addressed, but there's a world of things that you can do out there. Give it a try. You might find something interesting and compelling to work with and use. So let me get some music playing in the background here. I'm going to go with the stream I'm going to go with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist. Let's start here. This is called Laser Legacy. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com. Yeah, all right. Somebody asked me if they could DM me, and sure, you can always DM me. My DMs are open. So, all right, I'm going to move Blue Sky off here, and we don't need to dig in and talk any further about that. You wonder how many Microsoft people over the years have submitted PRs to Linux? Lots. Microsoft is a platinum sponsor of the Linux Foundation. So even if you are using Linux, you're using something Microsoft is paying for. Right? Anyone tried their luck getting a 50 series? A 50 series? I'm not sure I know what you're referring to. How you doing there, Ramtana? Hello. Guess they'll have to write their own operating system. SQL Server works great on Linux. I've seen that as well. Yeah. Look, it's a big, wide world out there. Folks have all different types of requirements. Trying to understand folks' points of view, trying to understand why people make choices. That's not a bad thing. That's not somebody trying to hone in on your cheese there and move it. Oh, the NVIDIA series, right? Yeah. You're talking about the 5000 series of NVIDIA cards. Yeah. I'm not one of those folks who needs to be on the bleeding edge of NVIDIA cards. Like, I got an NVIDIA 3070 a month or two after they came out. I was due for an upgrade. I don't feel the urge to get a new NVIDIA card. I would, when I get my next machine, right, which will probably be a year or two, but when I get that next machine, I'll probably get whatever is the current NVIDIA card at that time. 6000, 7000 series, whatever it might be. Like, you know, when it comes time to replace, I'll get the new one. It works just fine. I'm rarely pressuring my video card, so I'm okay with that. I don't need to. I don't need to upgrade, and I certainly do a lot of video work. So, this gen is the most disappointing in the long time. Oh no. The 3000 series for NVIDIA is the one that I think really kind of broke through and lit people up. The new Visual Studio Preview 4 I think I got that yesterday. I'm just running a quick check for updates here. No, I did not get it yesterday. All right, fine. Go ahead, update it. And while that's updating, we can chat a little bit here. Warm Peas, hello, hello. The 30 series was a good generation. Yeah. Yeah. It really was. So we've been working on SharpSite here on the channel, and there's some really cool stuff that we've done over the last few days to get testing running with Playwright, so that we can exercise the website and we can make sure that as we add features, it works. Really, really good stuff. Now, what? Yeah. Visual Studio is running. Go ahead. Yeah, I know. There it goes. So, but what we've run into a couple of issues in our GitHub Actions where stuff isn't stable is the wrong word. Stuff isn't running dependably inside of a GitHub action. We've seen some weirdness around PowerShell starting a .NET Aspire application that's running on GitHub and has dependencies on Docker starting up, in this case, a Postgres container. So I'd like to take a look and see what we can do to tune and slim that down a little bit. I want to take a look at how our GitHub action right now, as it concludes, it generates a badge that shows the status and saves it onto a gist. I have a problem with that. Because the gist is, it's going to generate versions. That's what gist does. It manages versions of a block of code. And I'm getting 401 unauthorized errors from one of my scripts, but not from the other. I'm writing a file. Why write that onto a gist and create this collection of wasted nonsense on there? I'd like to turn that around and write it to an Azure storage blob where I don't care how many times you write it. I don't care. And I don't care how many times you read it. It's out there, and I'm not maintaining older historical versions. So I think I want to look at writing a little PowerShell script. We probably can get some help from GitHub Copilot to do this, that will attach to use curl, perhaps, to upload to an Azure storage blob that I have hanging out there, right? It's just a folder of files, and go place it in a container out there so that we can serve that and folks can see the status buttons for these things. So I think we'll take a look at that in a little bit. What do the colleagues at Microsoft think about SharpSite? SharpSite is a toy right now, right? It's something we're using to learn. That's fine. It's not shaking the foundations. There aren't folks that are paying significant attention to it. The lessons that we're learning, the tools that we're using, and how we're using them, and how we're learning about things that work and things that don't work together, that's what they're interested in. As SharpSite grows and becomes a more full-featured framework, a more full-featured tool, there might be some more attention paid to it then. But particularly, the folks who work on Playwright, the folks who work on .NET Aspire, they're interested in our experiences. Right now, they're interested in that. The folks who work on Blazor, when we report back the ways that we're setting up security and interacting with that, that's something that will be interesting to them. But right now, it's not on their radar at all. It's when we have those experiences, development experiences or what they're interested in at this point, because we're still early in the building of this. When we get to more sophisticated, more interesting bits, then there might be some folks who pay a lot more attention. But we're not there yet. We're probably at least 6 months away from folks paying a lot more attention. And even then, we're going to be in the end cycle of developing .NET 10 at that point, right? Well, we're going to be approaching, and they're going to be focused on that. So we'll see. So there's no pressure to build SharpSite. There's no pressure not to build SharpSite. There's definitely interest in Project Charlie as that comes around. And I haven't been able to spend time on that because I'm getting ready for Svitog in Stockholm next week. I will not be online next week because I'll be at that event. But I will pop into Discord. I'll be chatting, hanging out over there a little bit. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get to run a stream while I'm in Sweden. Speaking of NVIDIA, Cynical Smith says 50 series just announced in a local electronics store between 25 to 35,000 in it's at SEK. Is that Swedish kroner? Is that what you're looking at? So how you doing there? Inza Dervim. Okay. Hello, welcome. What is this? Okay. So I'm really next week at Svitog, I'm really happy to be there. Our friend Mads Torgerson is going to be there. Mads is the lead language designer for the C# programming language. Mads is a friend. He's great to talk to, and I always learn something when I start talking tech with Mads. Of course, talk family and whatnot, and always happy to. What's interesting and what folks don't see so much, all of us that work on these tools and products, we've got families and friends and whatnot, and it's great to talk to folks and share stories about our kids in college and the things that are happening with our families and growing and sharing those experiences, knowing and appreciating that these folks have a family life just like any one of us, is something that sometimes goes underappreciated in the tech community. So really looking forward to seeing Mads next week. And of course, a bunch of our friends there in Stockholm as well. Richard Campbell, of course, will be there. So you think it's a good project, SharpSite you're referring to, says C# Titan, as it shows what can be improved in Blazor and Aspire. Totally agree. Good morning, Eddie Dre. Hello. So I think we are learning things, and we are showing some things that are interesting with Blazor, and I know I'm not using all of the Blazor features. I had a great conversation with Carl Franklin, my co-host on the Blazor Puzzle podcast. Carl does a lot where he uses various application state objects. And he doesn't set up application state as a class. He'll set up application state as a component. And he'll pass and put that component on pages. Or he'll put that component around... there we go. My install completed. Or he'll put that component inside of AppRaiser and cascade the values into all the rest of his application. That's an interesting way to do it. I prefer to inject that state and work with it that way. Different folks use the tools different ways. Because I don't spend as much time with cascading parameters and that technique of working with Blazor, I'm not as familiar with it. I know of it, I know how to work with it, but it's not my cup of tea. On Twitch, ads are coming up here in 4.5 minutes. So somebody just said GitHub is down for them. They might be onto something here. In which case, things might get a little bit dicey with trying to do GitHub action things. It's slow. It's definitely slow. Okay, what do you see out there, chat room? Let's head over to the code and we'll take a look here. Here's the issues for SharpSite. Down for you, 504 gateway timeout. We might have a problem here. Pull requests and issues. Okay. That's not completely terrible, but it's certainly something missing. So, we're going to talk about that one in a little bit. So, this one down here is where is what kind of triggered some of these thoughts for me, and I want to spend a little bit more time digging into. See, it's responding here. Wonder if there's a little bit of a gateway issue. I know some of you, Europe, Portugal, your repos on the left took a few seconds to load. Clicking back over to the code tab is taking a little bit longer. To be sure. So, Yep, looks like there's a thing. Looks like there's a thing. Well then, let's move on and talk about something else. All right.
Oh my.
I know. Go ahead, take a picture. Go ahead. Go ahead. So that's the hat, the hat detection bot. It's it took a picture. It's sending it off to Azure OpenAI. There you go. That's using what is it? The OpenAI 4.0 series. I forget what the name of the model is. And it ran detection on the picture of this hat that was just taken there. Hey there, Ocular Malice. We're in a holding pattern here with GitHub. And then we're going to kick into an ad in a minute and a half. Oh, wonderful. That's going to be a treat. Let's see here. All right. So, yeah, I've got folks now at work telling me, there's GitHub's down. Yep. Let's, how are any of us going to function? Well, let me tell you. It's going to be one of those days. We're just going to take today off. Yeah. Let's go over here then and see if we can do some of these pieces. That's right, Eat Bites. Help! GitHub is down.
You can do it.
No, they can't. It's down. What is that? I want to take a look at. Do I have a storage account somewhere that I can use for a thing? I could use this one. That's not entirely terrible. No, I don't want to use that one. No. Classic storage. I have no idea what that is, but too bad. Yeah, let's use this one and just put a container out there that we can use. Look at all the things. Yeah, look, C# in the cards is there. Wow. Wow. Let's see here. Nope. Let's disable you for a little bit there, huh? Huh, friend? No. And we're going to be misbehaving, aren't we? Yeah. Would I have to just disable it? Is that my only option here? I mean, fine. I guess I will. Doesn't matter. Ads are kicked on here. So, no. Not my wife. You clone GitHub in Azure every night? Oh, dear Lord. So the name of this container, oh, wow. Really? I can't use hyphens? GitHub artifacts. Sure. Oh, when I set it up with the, I didn't. Container properties. Access policy. Here we go. Right? Is that what I want? No. Hang on. Change access level. That's what I want. Anonymous read access for blobs only. But container data is not available. Yeah, that's what I want. All right, so I've got this thing. And I should be able to access it with a connection string, right? Access keys. There they are. So I'd like to put together a PowerShell script that will upload the badge into this container. What does that look like? I don't know. Because I don't write PowerShell, right? So let me go to, let's go to SharpSite folder. Fix phone number. Yes. Let me jump over to the 06. Good. Let's put together a little bit of a scripts folder here to do some of these things. Yeah, open VS Code right here. Yep, we're having issues with GitHub. It looks like there's a little bit of an outage on the website. Interacting with the repositories from the command line works just fine. But trying to go to the website right now is not working. It's full of unicorns. So that's a thing. Let me see here. See if there's any more. Oh my goodness. C# type.
C# _Titan just resubscribed for 6 months. Another month. Thank
Another
you for
month.
sharing your experience and knowledge with us.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Let me see here. On YouTube, hey, Lorena, from Brazil, welcome. Yes, GitHub is misbehaving as well. Yep. So I'm gonna work around it for right now. That's fine. I was able to do like a pull request here. Right. Not a pull request. I was able to bring down a copy of my code. No, go back up here. Right. Let me put just a README in this folder to explain what this folder is. Make that a little bigger so folks can read it. Let's see if voice access is going to work for us today. One more from Brazil. Love our Brazilian friends. How you doing? Great to see you. This is a test. Please write this text into Visual Studio Code. No, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what this tool is supposed to do, but it does not write code. It does not write text into any of my applications anymore. Daywalker is here. They're from Brazil also. Very cool. Very cool. That reminds me. That was one of the features I wanted to build for Charlie. Where are people watching from? Yeah. So, this is a collection of scripts that help to build and run SharpSite. File list and purposes. Right, I want to keep a little kind of catalog of what these things are doing, right? That's kind of important. Particularly when we talk about things like scripts. So, but just to complete that kind of test, other folks saying GitHub's not working, let's make sure I can push this file up. Right? I'll add that README, and I need to commit. Yeah, well, that appears to work. Added README or not scrops. That's working. So while I can't get to and work with the website, I can still work with my code. So the web is down, but services are still working, right? The status page is showing us that pull requests and issues aren't working. But if that's your job, is working with pull requests and inspecting and talking about issues, yeah, it's down for you. And we can't get to the user interface. Anyways, so if we go to write I know PowerShell is on the continuous integration on the GitHub Action systems, so I can rely on writing a PowerShell script here, right? I don't use the GitHub CLI, but you can use it, yes, to get a list of pull requests. And you can work with them. Yep. And there are other user interfaces, right? Like, right, and I can see here from within VS Code. Visual Studio has a similar interface that you can use to work with issues and pull requests. Right? I mean, they're here. Right. Check out the topic branch. What did it do? It put me somewhere. It created an issue 275 branch. Interesting. That's not where I want to be right now. Thanks so much. Not fix. What is fix? I'm over here. Stay here for now. All right. I'd like to call this upload badge PS1. Yes, I would like to continue with Copilot. Upload the badge SVG file to an Azure storage container with an access key. Let's see what it generates for us. Okay. Like, I don't know how to do this, so I'm just going to flat accept and take a look and read through this. So our storage account name, our storage account key, we'll probably get the storage account key from some sort of an environment variable or parameter that's being injected. I don't know how to do that. File path, well, I know this is going to run, probably be run from the root, so I'll do something there. I don't know, but I'm just going to delete this. Badge SVG. Well, I might have a different file name that I want to target it, so we'll figure out about changing that out later. Maybe Copilot can help generate that, but get module list available. Install module AZ storage. Force allow clobber. Allow clobber. That doesn't sound that doesn't sound very friendly. Loves cake. Hello, welcome. How you doing there? With the highlighted message. Import module AZ storage. Okay. New AZ storage context, storage account name, storage account key, blah blah blah. Set AZ storage blob content, file path container, and then write output file uploaded successfully. Sounds reasonable. And the syntax highlighting looks like it works. So let's take this and tell it to get it from an environment variable. Right? Can Copilot do that for me? Let's see here. Update this to get the key from an environment variable. Yeah, it's hiding behind my head. That's okay. I'm calling out exactly what I'm typing in here. Called AZ storage key. That's it. That's all I have to do there. No, don't put that in the terminal. Copy that. And okay. Update this line to get the destination file name from a command line argument. Are you kidding? That's all I have to do? Well, let's make the source file this, and I'm assuming then I can do that. just happened? No. Okay. I know what my container name is, and I'm okay with hard coding these. So, hey there, CJ Halavala. I am doing well, thank you. Loves cake. I'll get to. You're new to this. How do you know a bit of Web API at MVC? Cool. All right. I'm just putting together a quick PowerShell script to upload badges that I had that are being generated during my GitHub Actions. And instead of uploading them to Gist, I want to put them inside of an Azure storage container. Here, in this account called Fritzblog. So, right? I mean, that's the account name. I can hard code that, I guess. That's not terrible. This AZ storage key I'll put in as a GitHub secret so that, no offense, friends, you can't get it. Container name, and I'll put my, what's the name of the container I'm going to upload into? It is over here. Not that one. GitHub artifacts. Right, so GitHub. Yeah, GitHub artifacts. Thank you. So I just needed to configure the key, and then I should be set. Okay. So I'm gonna add to my little catalog here, right? Upload badge PS1, and this will be used for upload generated badges from GH Actions to an Azure Azure storage blob. That's fair, right? That way it's a little bit more dependable about where it's going to. Lucky Luke with a question: are there any good chart components, line chart, for Blazor that can Chart.js be used in Blazor? Chart.js can be used in Blazor. There are some folks that have written extensions, wrappers around Chart.js, so that, right, you have a Blazor component that wires right up to it. Also, check out what the folks at Radzen have done. So Radzen makes available a series of Blazor components that are completely free for you to use, that you can easily drop into your project. And there's a whole series of chart components that are available for you. So, Lucky Luke, there's a link to the Radzen components. You have no idea what this is, but it still looks cool. And hey, that's okay. On Loves Cake. I mean, we can talk about that a little bit. Fighting with cannot find secure parameter. So I'm not a PowerShell person. I don't write PowerShell a lot. But what I am doing is I'm asking GitHub Copilot, I'm asking the AI to generate the script for me. And this conversation with the AI is helping to drive out the features that I want, so that when I do attach this to my GitHub action, I'll be able to upload and push that content into this appropriate location. Where did my mouse go? There it is. I've got folks with things happening, getting ready for next week at Svitog. So, just keeping an eye on what's going on here. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right. I'm going to commit this because for right now, for what I'm trying to do, good enough. I should probably open the GitHub action, and let's commit this for right now. Yeah. Copilot generated script to upload badges. We should work on tweaking the GitHub action so that it uses this instead. So, any tips for a beginner to explore .NET? There's lots of learning materials available over on learn.microsoft.com. There's a great series of videos that you can find, including some that feature somebody you might see on screen right now. On .net, dot.net, click the Learn tab there, and it'll get you into places where you can dive in if you want to build for web applications, you want to build games, you want to build native applications that run on Windows or Mac or whatever. So, all kinds of jump-off points depending on what interests you. .NET is a great general-purpose programming set of tools that just works in many, many different places. You can certainly get very specific tools that excel at building low-level applications, building mobile applications that run on a specific operating system. You can get into all kinds of very, very tuned tools that aren't .NET that do those things, but as a general purpose, if you learn C#, you can pretty much take that and adapt to build applications that run anywhere. Really great stuff. So, okay, so I have that script. I should let's back up one folder. Right. And let's see if I can jump in here and oh, there it is right there. Yeah, thank you. Here it is. Upload badge to gist. And see, it's using this gist token to go and upload. And this doesn't always work. I get a 401. Right? 401 is unauthorized. Right? Unauthorized? Chat room, check me. Is it 401's unauthorized? I'm going to instead push this over to Azure. Yep. All right. Cool. Thank you. So, and there might have been an Azure storage step available on GitHub Actions. I wouldn't know right now because that's not working. Oh no, it's back. Developers. Thank you for the follow. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that, but I appreciate it. So there's a couple other things that I want to tackle as part of this, but I think, yeah. So if we're doing a workflow run and we're pushing to the main branch, and right, there's a way to say run this always. Let's ask. I mean, I like being able to ask Copilot, hey, figure this thing out for me. Sure, you can do that, Juan. We can take a look. Yeah. That. That's not right. Really, you're gonna make me space that over? Now you're upset. Why? What? No, see, that was okay. Oh, because there we go. No, the uses went away. It's over there. Is this upset because of spaces? Yes. Okay. And right now this is wired up to look at this branch. That's fine. We'll remove that. Yes, YAML makes me sad as well. There we go. Juan with a redemption there to take a look at some code. I will dive in just a minute. YAML makes a lot of people sad. It does. I don't think I need a uses because I want to, I think I can do shell PowerShell here. Right, I think I do that over here, don't I? Yeah, I just do name run, and I run the PowerShell script. So, yeah, let's try this. That's commented for right now, and I don't like that. Go back to where did open that back up. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. This should be like that. Yeah, I'm about to do that. Wait. No. Azure blob storage. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I knew it. No. No way. Does it have the Azure command line? I want to run you. Come back. I want to run you. Come back. I'm hitting tab. It's not running. Yes, accept. Turkey. Is that available? Like, I don't need the script if that's available. It's a pain in the neck to read, but yes, this is part of a series. Yes, indeed. Here, let's set the project command because I haven't done that. Ads are running for the next minute or so. tuning and working on testing with GitHub Actions for SharpSite. There we go. You can download the source and follow along. Yeah. There you go. Please tell me that that's a spacing issue. Okay. Are the AZ command line tools available? Let me just look at that real quick. GitHub Action Runner, AZ command line. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Starting with Azure CLI, Azure CLI Docker image will be based on blah, blah, blah. Pre-installed tools. Yeah, about the runners. There's a list of things that are installed here. Right, so yeah, the Ubuntu 2404 has all of these things. Notice it does not have .NET. It's got a bunch of Docker things, Docker server and Docker client. Cool. That's going to lead me to one of the next things that we're going to have to deal with here. CLI tools. Yeah, Azure CLI is installed. So I can do Azure CLI directly. I don't need that other script. Oh. Okay. Azure Storage Account, Azure Storage Key, Azure Storage Container, and I'm going to call this Unit Test Badge. That sounds reasonable. You're welcome, Om Loves Cake. There you go. It's almost too easy. Okay, so let me go back over to. We'll look at Juan Van's code in just a minute for that redemption, channel point redemption. Over here, settings, actions, general. No, wait. 90 days. That's way too long. 30 is good enough. Secrets. I'm looking for secrets. Repository secrets. Here we go. These I can get rid of because, man, don't mind me. Pop. There we go. Yep, you go away too. All right, create a new repository secret, and it's going to be Azure Storage Account is the name of the account. And it's called Fritz Blog, right? Yeah. No, that's no. Okay. Next one, Azure Storage Key. This one I can't show you. This one I can't show you. I'm going to need to come off screen for that. Look at that. Fritz isn't doxing himself. Who knew? Next one is Azure Storage Container. And we can go back. You can see this now. And the name of that container is GitHub Artifacts. There it is right there. Right. There you can see I created the Azure Storage Key. And the last one, nope, that's it. And this should run. Go ahead, take a picture of that. There you go. How long ago did I start the series? Back in October. Back in October. So I'm going to be, I keep saying I need to do this. I'm going to be recording some short 10-minute videos that describe what we've accomplished along the way here. I think that's all I need. Wait. Wait a minute. This is the playwright one. Hang on. Right. Okay. Why don't you like that? Really? Is this... What doesn't it... No. No. This should be over here. And this is a space issue. This one should be unit tests. There you go. Okay. I think that works. And I have this other script over here that I don't need anymore. And this will change as well. Right, I don't need that. Where's it? Delete. There it is. And I don't need this. Okay. Close that. I think that's it. Updated GH Actions to upload using secrets. Okay. Let me catch up with chat, and before we test this, I'll take a look and we'll do that redemption that Juan Van requested. So McNets ran the hat command there. There you go. It's my Vault Tech Fallout hat. Mythin with a question. You have an environment variable that used to be name underscore SQL. Aspire generated the parameters in the main bicep. You found out that underscore is not allowed. So I changed it to env dash SQL. Now you keep getting the error that it can't find env underscore SQL secured parameter. Oh. I'm assuming your script files are under source control. I would wipe them and regenerate. And then compare. I would scorched earth it is my quick and dirty answer. There was a channel point redemption to review someone's source code here from our friend Juan Van. Anybody can do this, but I only do 1 or 2 of these a stream. We're going to take 15 minutes and take a look and review Juan's source code here. Set a timer for 15 minutes. Really? Set a timer for 15 minutes. There it goes. Let's take a look. There should be better support for YAML. I have tab turned on. It should have flipped over to tab spacing. It should have flipped over to space spacing for YAML, but it didn't. So what are we looking at here? So I have a Blazor server project. Okay. What should I be looking for here, Juan? I see pages, and there's typical set of pages there. What's in program? Pretty garden variety program CS. In the index. Okay, so this is the home page. Index, hello world, welcome to your app. Survey prompt. Open Sea Dragon. Okay. So, a couple things. Putting script files into and putting JavaScript in here like this is something that is not going to load properly in Blazor. So let's tell you what. I'll fork this. No, I want it over here. That's fine. Yep. Sure, that's fine. Yeah. Yep. And because you're on the channel point redemption, I will gladly bring down a copy and we'll take a look at this. I could work in it in a GitHub code space, but Blazor server, there we go. Let's open it with VS Code. So in index here, these scripts, you're going to want these to be over in. Oh, wait a sec. You're in an. we can work with this. So first off, this is not a supported version of Blazor anymore. I'd recommend you get into .NET 8. Lets you hardcode the URL. It's an old version, didn't update. Yeah. And over here, you are calling this, and you're attempting to pass a URL. Okay, and your URL is down here. We can make this work. So, and the comment from Robson there is correct. We should use IJS runtime. So, because we have, and I'll just put together that little bit of code for you so that you have a reference, and so other folks can learn. In Blazor, we don't call JavaScript directly like this. We actually have an integrated way to execute JavaScript, so we can also get feedback. We can get output response variables from JavaScript when we execute and work with it here. So in Blazor, yep, we're going to inject the JavaScript runtime, and I'm just going to call it JS because I'm lazy and I like to keep things short. So instead of calling the JavaScript here and you're trying to write into this location up here, that's fine. And you're not doing anything with the viewer object. Okay, I think that's probably okay, right? I'm assuming. So I'm going to yes, we're working with JavaScript. Let me leave that there for right now. Yep. I think that's probably a good start. Init open C Dragon. Sure. You're gonna generate what that method is? You gonna do that? No. But it wants an object here. What's going to be the best way to build that? Invoke void and the parameters as an object. You'd move that script to a JavaScript file and then call it with the JS runtime. Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Let's take this. For right now, I'll just leave it hard-coded here. What do we got? OpenSea Dragon 2, OpenSea Dragon images, type image URL. Right, the ID we want to pass in also. Why do you keep suggesting 600 pixels? Stop it. And let's make this a little bit crisper. A little bit more clearer where we're going. And we can delete this. I don't need that. No, and that. I think that's it. So now I can go back over here and I could say, right? Oh, no. Oh yeah. That is the right name. And the target ID was this. So we'll just do that. And then the image URL, which is right there. That should work. Nope, wrong one. Wrong button. That's the one I want. I'm going to .NET watch, just so I can see this. So the image will be loaded by a DB in the real program. And take the object to IJS reference something. Yes, we can do that too. Oh, thank you, John. Really appreciate the comment there on YouTube. Thank you so much. I'm in the wrong folder, aren't I? That's okay. Go ahead and run that. So this is a channel point redemption that our friend Juan Van there in Twitch chat asked for, and that's okay. And I think that's what you were looking for. So that worked. That loads up. Now, right, the over here. So I think you're in good shape now. Cool. I will just do a quick git checkout. And add my changes. Moved code. And using IJS runtime. And I will share this back to you so you can have a reference to what we talked about, what we learned here today. And you can decide what to do with it at that point. It doesn't matter to me. Whether you keep it, you throw it out. But happy to help out. That was a channel point redemption. 20,000 channel points. I only do this a couple times a stream, but it's very rarely redeemed, and I'm happy to take a few minutes and share a little bit of help for folks. I've thought about doing a bit more of a an office hours type of interaction where I do more of these, and I'm certainly happy to share and do the review your code interaction here. Yeah, right now there's a limited limit of 1 redemption per stream that I'll do this, but if there is interest, I'm happy to do more of these and kind of schedule out a little bit more. Oh my gosh, thank you. That's very kind of you to merge that commit. I hope your colleagues, your teammates that are looking at and experimenting with Blazor, I hope you find success, and of course, happy to answer more questions and work through solutions for folks. That redeem is really useful for all. I hope it is. I'm glad you found value in it. I'm going to close out that item and right, Blazor server. Yeah. So clear that off of my machine, or not. You know, maybe I won't remove it. I don't. You know. So whatever. There it goes. Cool. All right, back over here. So I'm gonna stop that timer, and I time box it to 15 minutes so that nobody comes in and says, hey, can you rewrite my whatever? Can you do my homework? I don't do homework for folks on stream. I'll answer questions for folks, and you know, if you are working on a homework assignment and you don't understand something, I'll happily answer questions about it, but I will not do your homework assignment for computer science. We do have some college students, some university students that like to drop in and try that. So yes, if you did want to return that viewer and do something else with it, Robson makes a very good point there. In that code, right, you can receive that and interact with that JavaScript object from .NET if you'd like to. But honestly, for the most part, you're going to just invoke another method on it or something with JavaScript. You're a solo dev in a world where you're trying to get the boss make a difference from making a DLL with VB6 to access data for a web application. Oh my goodness. Good luck to you. Happy to answer questions and help you with, of course, with having a good conversation to encourage them to grow and modernize applications. Ads are going to be starting in about 4 minutes over here on Twitch. VB6 is the best VB, says Fuel Snable. How you doing, Fuel Snable? VB6 was really good for its time. Like, there were entire industries that sprouted up about VB6. The fact that that here we are almost 30 years later and folks are still wanting to do VB6. I can't believe I just said we're doing 30 years later. 30 years later. 30 years later. That says something about that technology. Yeah, I started learning on VB. I didn't start learning on VB6, but VB6 is where I got my commercial start. So, it doesn't. You're right. VB6 has its limits. It has very tight limits on scaling. And that's why we started using things like MTS and Com Plus to manage instances of it and grow it and manage it. It's still being used in Puerto Rico. How you doing there, Rathane? I was in Puerto Rico last year. It's still being used in a lot of places. A beautiful part of the world, Puerto Rico. Oh my goodness. Absolutely beautiful. I think there's nothing wrong with things still being used, but it limits the ability to support and grow and secure those technologies. And those are very important things to consider in technology as things continue to grow and change. So you're right. Greenish Pepper with a comment here. I understand you have many hours of videos and knowledge, but this is really hard or would take a long time to learn or get better at C#. Any chance I have or would consider doing a boot camp from zero to hero? I've done that. I've done workshops on stream, and they're quite popular when I do them. I'm happy to look at that. What topic are you interested in, Greenish Pepper? I have a series of videos teaching the basics of C# on the .NET channel, but a workshop on stream is definitely something that I can do. I want to get some feedback what folks are looking for. DOS 6 and QBasic. Oh, John. Ooh. Yeah, I was there too. I was. You tell people your first computer was a tablet, says Code with Sean. If you wanted to change font, you had to get out another set of chisels. D-Base, yeah, that was a thing. Now all the old folks are coming out and referencing products from the 1990s. Clipper. Python's 33 years old, and it got the image of being a hip, cool language. Right? Edmund used VB3 once in a blue moon because it did not require an install. Yeah. Your graduation project was developed in VB6, and you got an A+. Congratulations, Final Stack. Norton Commander. Oh, gosh. DOS 3.3. Now, cut it out. Come on now. You're gonna scare the kids away. So I just committed. Sure, do that again. I thought I did a thing with that already. Don't I already have a pull request for that? No. We're gonna put that into VO6. Upload badges to Azure. So we've got .NET build YAML, Playwright build YAML, and the README for the scripts folder that don't really need. You worked with Delphi? Oh, man. You started writing hieroglyphs on a tablet, says Blazor Mr. Magoo. Wait a sec. You started writing hieroglyphs on a tablet, but they called you Blazor Mr. Magoo. Man, the foresight in naming you Blazor Mr. Magoo as you're writing hieroglyphs on a tablet. There's some amazing capabilities there. You scare the kids when you tell them you wrote tax checkers for H&R Block on ColecoVisions? Oh my gosh. On ColecoVisions. I mean, right there, just saying ColecoVision is a throwback. Like, folks have no idea what Coleco was, let alone a ColecoVision. Ads have kicked in, running for the next minute 45. The world still runs on COBOL. Yes, it does. Fuel Snable's first modem was 75-300 baud modem. Yeah. And you probably used an analog coupler with that too, didn't you? Like, the first time that my father brought home a modem to use with work, and we didn't have to put the phone on it. We took the cable out of the back of the phone and plugged the phone cable, right, with the RJ11 connector into the back of the modem, the little modem box. We're like, you can do that? We thought that was just the wire that was stuck to the wall. No, you can do that. Like, oh my god. Time traveling. That's right, Ninja Ola. You were named Blazor Mr. Magoo by the Mayans before the last reset. Oh. No. You're knee deep in Delphi right now, C# Josh? Oh my gosh. Should we tell Anders? Try finding an extra K of memory on the tape drive? Oh, man. All right. We've got about 30 seconds left before the ads are done. This shouldn't be running these new scripts as part of this. Like, it should be running the old script. Right? This is the other bit that we're having a little bit of a challenge with, is running the tests. Like, it starts up, but it probably doesn't have the Docker images locally. So, what I think I want to do, I think I want to run Docker pull on the images first, before I tell it to go and run the website. Because additionally, it's also trying to run the MySQL admin, not MySQL, the Postgres PG admin container. And I probably should turn that off when it's running here in continuous integration mode. Finally, the Docker volume that it's creating, we probably don't want to persist that volume when it's running in a CI. We probably want to escape using the Docker volume for this. Chris Jones is here. Hello. An ERP written in the late 1970s in 8080 assembler. Ooh. Only the CFO knows how to patch the tax tables? Oh my gosh. People have no idea how to write apps with memory constraints. Yes, agreed. And, right, I suspect that this is hanging here because it's trying to pull in a Docker container. That's my suspicion. The website isn't running because the Docker container is still downloading. And the MySQL Docker container isn't, I said MySQL again. The Postgres Docker container isn't starting just yet. Like, so I think I want to set up so that it pulls those first before it tries to run this, right? Because it's either that or I'm just going to start, like, pushing out this timer and figure out, oh, how much time do I need? Because that Docker container image will be here on some systems, and it won't be either. Nah, I'm not sitting on a breakpoint, Edmund. Because I can come back and run this later, and I might get the same GitHub Action runner, and it will have the container, and it'll pick up and run. But I don't... That's my suspicion. This says upload badge to Azure Blob Storage. It might do it. And that's okay if it uploads a bad badge. Like, that's not a failure if for what I'm trying to patch. If the badge that's uploaded says, right, incomplete, error, whatever. Didn't run. Why didn't it run? Could not find any files. Website did not start. Like, I expect that. There it ran the badge generation, but it did not upload. Why didn't it upload? This is on the playwright tests. Back over here. There. If always and. No, I don't want to. Let's change this to. Because what I'll do is I'll remove the always. No, I'll change it to and. Yeah, I want this to always run right now. How about the .NET, the other one, the other action. It didn't run the chore script. Let's try running this. No. Why did it only run the one? Now look at that GitHub status operational. Good. Why didn't it run this one? On pull requests, source and tests. Oh, because this one's paths ignore, so it saw the change. Ah. I'm okay. And I touched that up. Oh, let me see if about trying to get Docker pull. We should know which version of Postgres that it's trying to load. It's not there. Here. Postgres 17.2. Okay. So if I go back over here, pull Docker image for database. Nope, that's not it. Docker pull. And it's 17.2. Can I just do 17.2 or do I have to? Let's make sure that that image is actually. Wait a sec. Is that the image that I use? Like, we can just look at my Docker, right? And I know I'm not doing anything that's .NET specific right now. Where is it? Docker. Right, we're doing some continuous integration stuff. Images. Yeah, I installed Olama. Postgres 17.2. That is a big image. You can do more when you connect to a hub. Well, I don't want to right now. Hub, Docker, come. Don't mind if I do. Postgres. And there is 17.2. 17.2-Alpine. How big is this image? Like, does it make more sense for me to get... I'd like to know more about the images, yes. Docker pull Postgres 17.2 Alpine. Like, it's bringing in a half gig image, so that makes sense that it's taking a little bit of time. Docker images. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot. Postgres 17.2 Alpine. It's 278. It's about half the size. But I can't use the 17.2 Alpine. I have to use the one that it's specified. That should work. That's the only image I need. I don't need... And there's other things that we should include and shut off, but I'm not going to get into that just yet. Now explicitly pulling the PG image so that my little timer doesn't run up here. Going to be running on GitHub Actions 20 because GitHub Actions 1 through 19 are lame. The game Pitfall had the entire 256 levels encoded in a single byte. No. In a single byte. Maybe you mean in a single kilobyte. How were the levels of the game stored? While that's building, let's get our factoid here from Fuel Snable. Building a CRUD app. Build your first CRUD app. Okay. In the future, when we support more than Postgres, will we need to do the tests on all supported databases? I think those are tests for those plugins, right? I think in the future, when we start breaking this out and we have more plugins, those plugins will reside in separate repositories, and those separate repositories will have their own suite of tests that are specific to that scenario. Building and running the matrix of all databases against all things is not something that right now I want to consider. Game data, including the levels, graphics, and sound, were encoded into the ROM chips within the game cartridge. When you inserted the cartridge, data was read. Talk to me like a software developer. How were the levels of the game encoded on the cartridge? No, how are the levels of the game, let's say, stored on the cartridge? That's what I'm talking about. Allowed Pitfall to have 255 unique screens using minimal memory, making it a pioneering example. The game used the seed value, which was a starting point for the pseudo-random number generator. Seed value was used to produce a sequence of numbers that determined the layout of each screen. This meant that the game didn't need to store each screen individually, saving a significant amount of memory. The game data, including the procedural code graphics, was typically 4K in size. When the game was played, the CPU would execute the code from the ROM using the seed value and generation algorithm. So the seed value was a byte. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's see how we're doing over here. Install the playwright. Here it is, pulling the Docker image. It took 8 seconds to pull the Docker image. Running the tests. No. We're still hanging. So what's it hanging on? Yeah, didn't complete. Uploading the badge. There it goes. Account name, expected 1 argument. None of the secrets were written here. So that's a problem. It ran, but didn't hit it. Why won't it get the secret there? Not byte 1, byte 2, byte 3, but bit. Right? But it wasn't even. You would have to, for 256 screens, you would need 256 bytes. They had 1 byte that was a seed value that it used to generate that 256 list. So it ran a computation on that seed value, and it got back, right, here's the collection of bits for the next value. The next value was maybe 2 bytes, and it was each one of those values, right? I'm not familiar with it, but that is quite ingenious. That's not extracting the secret properly. Like, What? No. So I wonder if that's what's happening with our gist. I answer it for me, Copilot. The secrets variables are not populating when this action runs. The secrets are set in GitHub, but are not loading here. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. No. Use secrets in GitHub Actions. Must not start with the GitHub prefix. Navigate to the main page, click Settings, in Environment Secrets, add secrets. Under Environment Secrets. Creating secrets for an organization, yes. I'm not on the main page for the organization. You must be the repository owner to create secrets. Yeah. So that's what I've done. They're there. Using secrets in workflow. Secrets are not passed to the runner when a workflow is triggered. Secrets are not automatically passed. To provide an action with a secret as an input or environment variable, you can use the secrets context action with env and set it up that way. And we could do it that way with PowerShell. Okay, so that changes this. Update the AZ command line to use the environment variables. Yeah. So if I do that, right, so there's my if, the run. Right? And then the easy command line is updated like this. Replace that. Save it. Close you. That looks right. Updated secrets in GH Action. It's still not going to run the application right. It's on 19 now. All right. Come on. There's that. Building.net. Install the browsers. You can never do a stream like this because you get up every 45 minutes to clear your head. You probably noticed that I pause and talk to chat every so often. I'll get focused on something, and then I'll come back and talk to chat for a bit. So that's how I kind of flush the cache here, as it were. So, let's see what we get here. Come on. So pulling the Docker image, got that. Now running the tests, waiting for the website to start. Okay, there's Aspire doing its thing. Log into the dashboard. Don't mind if I do. And started. And here's where, right? Sometimes it hangs, sometimes it doesn't. We're going to hang for a little bit here. And that's okay. Let's see if there's any more. Oh my gosh. Blue Sky is still chatting about my Linux mention. Folks are talking about really old machines there. Hello.
Webface_CA just resubscribed for 25 months. No more ads for me, smile.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Always appreciate the support from folks that jump in and click the subscribe button. I should talk about that briefly. I've decided to stop donating all of the subscriptions and cheers to charities starting in 2025. And I'm going to be using that support to help fund and pay for some of the Azure services that we use on stream. As I've been building and growing more interactions that I use here on stream, it's been costing me more and more. So the combination of paying for the Azure and making a donation was getting to be just a little bit straining on me. So we're going to be putting into paying for and supporting these projects that we do on stream. So you'll notice that the charity badges are not there below on Twitch. That's okay, but the Azure bills have been growing significantly. So and I get very small amount that is covered by my corporate account. So as we do more things, as we bring in and do more capabilities with AI on stream, the support from subscriptions and cheers will help to support those things that we can do on stream. So I don't have an open purchase order to do whatever I want on Azure. I don't have that that access, that capability, and that's fine. We have other ways that we can make this work. So I appreciate the support very much. Thank you. Let's see. So once again, the test app didn't completely run. Here it is, trying to upload Azure Storage account, Azure Storage key, and no, did not get the environment stuff. No. Do I need to move them? I mean, I'm in a step and I'm defining the environment. Do I have to put the environment first? Or wait a sec. I just did dollar whatever. It should be $env. Right? Did we just... Did we just do something stupid? And I know I'm only making these changes here to the playwright one, and we're going to have to go back and do the same things over on the unit test one. Let's get it right in one place, and then we'll go fix it in the other. Going back here to running the application in build and test. It is 30 retries every 2 seconds. After it's called. Oh, wait a sec. .NET run in HTTP app host. Come here, you. What is this line doing? Tell me. Continuous integration does have a downside in that you're running lots of processes unnecessarily. Oh, yeah. The unit test action would run faster. You're right. Runs the process in the same window. Returns a process object that represents. Okay. So I do want those two. Part of me wants verbose logging coming off of this thing for right now. Right? Like, if I do .NET run and I want verbosity, I want detailed. So if I do .NET run, right, -v D, right, source, SharpSite, app host. what is it? Dash P dash project. Right? I'm okay with seeing all of this information. Let me add that. Right, dash V space D. Let's add that so we can get a little more information. Dash V D. Trying again. I don't know. All right. I'd really like it if it didn't expand these right away. Just do the thing. And even then, when it says the .NET run, I should say no build. I should tell it no build. Because it already built in the previous step. But if you're running this outside of the GitHub action, and I do still need to pass in an argument that says don't do the Postgres admin, right? I still want to be able to pass in that as a parameter to app host. So it's putting down the playwright browsers. While it's doing that, how do we, let's go back over here, right inside of app host, down in here, right, there is, like, configuration is a thing. Or can I get to args? Yeah. Right, if it's a collection, can I, right, and I'm passing in an argument, right, if we say something like test only, and if we say test only equals convert, not convert. Wow, Fritz, you're having a real hard time. Right? So then I can decide down in here whether to make it test only. So and this right here, want to be able to turn that off. Same thing with PG admin. Oh, and with lifetime is just the opposite. All right. If test only. No, if not test only, then we're doing all those things. Right? Right? So if we're in test only mode, don't do those things. Yeah, I think that's right. How are we doing up here? All right, it built again. And .NET Aspire is doing something that's keeping it from running. Didn't find any test results. That's fine. Create the badge. Upload the badge. Hey. That looks promising. Even though it's taking 30 seconds to upload like a 3K badge. Here. One minute in. Why is it still taking? What are you doing? So let's try that script now. Right, if I do that, and if I pass in, what was it, test only? Yeah, application arguments are later. Source, SharpSite, app host, and if I say test only equals true. Cannot implicitly convert string to int. Program CS. I did bool parse. Why do you think? What? The given account key may not be valid. Really? We're going to be running into this again? Come on now. It doesn't make sense to me. It would have responded faster than a minute 42. And it's not... Did we not get the values? are some of these things not running because they haven't been accepted yet? Right? Like, am I hitting a security issue with GitHub? Where this thing is running, but I'm not allowed to access it because this code is foreign to GitHub. Same thing with accessing those secrets and running a script. This thing, I want to get this ironed out real quick. Cannot implicitly convert type string to int. On line 3 in program CS. Oh. So, okay, fine. Yeah, it's the args. So I don't like that. Yeah. Um Hey, Thindall. Hello. It is a syntax issue, at least. If I made this, I want to be able to pass in and change that configuration. I want this to read a named argument at the command line called test only and set the boolean appropriately. Let's see what it gets. What's up, Thindall? No, I don't want to do that. Use the tools and libraries I have. I like telling the AI, you're wrong! I'm okay with that. So if I pass it as dash dash like that. You can't see it behind my camera. Give it a second. Test only true. That ran. And it should be on... Now, wait a sec. Look at that. Your your Copilot subscription doesn't help you with WinUI issues? Developers. These ones are waiting. And that database is hanging. The game is afoot. I mean, that sure looks like it's started. But if you're not passing in a volume, right? Like, take a look at Docker. There's the database. Like, wait a sec. That didn't start the database properly. This is what's going on over on GitHub. What are the arguments on with data volume there? No. DB server with data volume. What are my arguments I can pass there? It's not parsing correctly. Let's see what we get here. Yes, I do know GitHub had some outages just a little bit ago. No, there's something else going on here. This is running locally and I'm hitting the same issue. Appreciate the insights up, Duck, but not. There's something else going on because this has been happening for me over the past 2 days. This kind of hanging, and we're seeing it hang here locally too. There we go. Really? Thank you. I know. I know. GitHub Copilot Free is now available in Visual Studio. If you're a Visual Studio person, like me. So let's head over to Postgres services. So now down here. So is read-only is the second. I don't need to pass in any arguments. So if I do it like that, I'm running into a network issue here now. All right, so now I'm passing the test only true. Oh, it does up. Zup duck, zup duck. It does. It does stink, without question. All right. If I go back over to the dashboard, refresh. That's hanging. Database systems ready to accept connections. For the rush when it finally works, absolutely. No. This is new on me. I've never seen it behave like that before. Let's try actually going into the folder and see if there's a difference. This is important what's just happened. Because we can now recreate what's happening on GitHub. It starts, but it doesn't actually start. Right? See, it's trying to start the database, and is that a thing? Docker network prune? No. What do we got there? Okay. What the heck? I'm over here. Docker network prune? Maybe it's doing something? That's a lot of Aspire networks. Oh, thank you for the follow, ZupDuck. So, ads just kicked in. Sorry about that. The persistent here is probably causing that container to linger no matter what on those runners, right? Oops. So let's just try .NET Run again and make sure that just the basics work here before we try it. And you've been here a few times. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that persistent flag might be real bad for CI. Like, I might have contaminated the GitHub Action runners. Okay, that says it's running. Yeah, there it goes. Right? Yeah, I clicked into you. For now, that's fine that it failed to start. I'm not getting any log information out of it. There's definitely something going on funny there. But the website looks like it's running. Yeah. And my content is there. So now let's try running it with the test mode. Oops. I'm still... There we go. I might have caused the outage. Maybe. Maybe. Nope, there we go. It's not running pgadmin. It ran the migrations.
Oh my.
And I've got a fresh website. So I think I'm good to add this argument into my script. Over here. Should probably put that at the end. So now from here, let's see how we do. Start it, yeah. Website's running the tests. Come on. Come on. Good. That worked. Okay. Last steps here. Do I move these environment things to the top of the job? I think so. No. Leave them there. Yeah, because it's in the individual step. Oh, wait a sec. I didn't tell it that I was on PowerShell. Right, that's PowerShell syntax. Right? Wait a sec. make sure this runs on PowerShell. Cool, do it. Maybe we just fix this thing. Attempted fix with test mode. Why does my PowerShell look so cool? Hey, how you doing there, Piper? Is it Piper Edine? I'm using, this is Windows Terminal, and I'm using a tool called Oh My Posh in there. More information about my configuration, and you can even download my configuration if you look in my GitHub repository linked just below. So, where'd it go? So let's go back over here into this. Oh my gosh. Thousands of lines. Oh dear Lord. There, it's doing the .NET build also. That one's going to colossally fail. But this one, maybe it won't fail as bad. Right, because I didn't update that one yet. See, now I've got to fight this. Like, and wait a sec. It removed the other test scenarios. Windows Terminal background shaders, I've seen some of that. Does Copilot speak Philly? Does it understand John? Great questions. These want spaces. Where's the tabs? I hate no. 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 It did not put them in there. Even though I told it indent with spaces. Even then, yep. So annoying. No. It's not getting to the website. Well, it might, I mean, it might be doing the database migration, and there might be something erroring out in the database migration, and I just can't see it. But this is not going. It's not going to work. Windows Terminal Shader Gallery. That's kind of crazy. That's pretty cool. No graphic there. C# logo, fancy. Cool stuff. Why a shader and not a background? Yeah, that's not going to finish loading and installing. It's doing something, but we can't see it. A local Hispanic market was just raided by United States immigration. I can't stand it. Please specify blob URL or combination of blob name, container name. Blob name. I have a feeling Copilot hallucinated some of this. I do not agree with what the administration is doing in my country. Yeah. Not undelete, I want upload. Background of Windows terminal. Link to your desktop background. So what are the arguments it's passing? -- account name, yeah. Account key, yeah. -- container name, -- file, -- name. And the error here is saying, please specify blob URL or combination of blob name, container name, and storage account arguments. Yeah, I don't think these secrets are being popped out. I don't want to hard code a value there and see if it works. But it sure looks like it's not getting those secrets. This really is the commits of shame here, right? Right, .NET build. Oh, I told it to write playwright badge. Before I commit and send that up, let's see what happens here. Publish test results. Good. Upload badge. Let's see if it actually does it. To the point I forget who made earlier. Env variable. No, not getting them. I tried doing it that way and it didn't work. Thinned all the way that you're describing it. Like, that's how I'm doing it. The way that they show it in the docs here, right? They set the environment variable, and then they're able to use it straight in the PowerShell using $env, like I'm doing here. So I suspect that it's hiding it. Does the order matter? No. Well, I could echo the Azure storage account, right? In storage account, right? I could do that. One more time. Can you tell the commits are getting punchy? While that's running, let's go back to the playwright. Right? 3 minutes in. I have a feeling it's still waiting for the application to start. There's something not right there. There's something not right with how it's running. Maybe it's time to get Copilot to write the commit messages. Nah, this is funnier. Doesn't matter. It's all going to get rebased together and go away anyway. Publish test results. There we go. Set badge color. Uploading. The string is missing the terminator. What happened there? Oh, you idiot. Fixing syntax. Man. Come on now. Yeah. Maybe I should throw a Docker network prune out there anyway. I have not run out of action compute minutes. Here it goes, trying to upload. No. The environment variable isn't being set. That's what's going on. Does order matter? No, that's a PowerShell command. I'm in PowerShell there. Hey Ortiz, hello. Right. That's a PowerShell command. There's the tests. There, it's running the echo command. No. No. Yeah, it didn't replace it. Which means that these values, when it's trying to execute, aren't there. PRs might not have access to secrets, so it would then be part of the branch. Let's try merging it. Not even right. It's not the. It doesn't have access to the repository either. Let's try merging. I mean, right? I can always fix it. Okay. So it's going to run the tasks again. In which case, I don't want I have a conflict. Let's go through and resolve that so that it merges. It's fine. All right. And look, if it's not a pull request, we can tell it, just skip it, don't run. So, and I'm okay with that. We can just say run the unit tests and then the playwright tests run on the main branch. That's okay. Here we go. Publishing the test results, good. Set the badge color. Now it's showing me stars here. You might be right. We might have been not allowed access. There it is. There's the unit test badge. And there it is. Okay. So that ran properly. Good. Take a look at the playwright tests. That ran. And it uploaded a badge. All right. So what did we learn? I'm gonna, because we spent 3 hours working around something that was a security thing that I would have loved to have known. When it does that storage upload, is it by default overwriting? Defaults to false. So I do need to pass overwrite true. Okay. Additionally, I need to update the README so it points to those blobs. And I need to convert the playwright test so that it doesn't run on a pull request from outside the repository. Oh yeah, that error message definitely needs to be improved. Oh yeah, because that error message...
60% of the time, it works every time.
Yeah. All right, so let's jump back over to the current working branch. We'll do this. So we need to pass the overwrite command. Right? Is it overwrite equals true. Is that how they want it? I think it's something like that. Okay. And the playwright only allow this action to run on code in the repository, not on pull requests from external repositories. Something like that. Should always run, but only upload result if the storage account is set. Well, we can cut this off at the up at the top here. To only run on code in the repository and not on pull request, you can add a condition block to check if the event is a pull request and if the repository is the same as the base repository. If GitHub name does not equal pull request, or the repository full name equals GitHub repository. Okay, sure. That feels right. Go ahead, apply that. No, I don't want to see all that stuff. No. Only upload the badge in this step if we are working on the we are working on the main branch. Will this also run for pull requests that target the main branch? Who did that? Yeah, there we go. Take that one. Okay. What else? I should bring that same if to the unit test. So that the badge only gets updated in that case. And I should update README. Not that README. So that the badge there comes from Here's the playwright badge. That's the URL. And the test results badge. Right, that should work. There we go. Yeah. Added conditions to actions, uploading badges. So there it goes to run again. But importantly, the playwright tests are working. Right, look at those usage numbers. 0. Like, here, the playwright test with 2 minutes running. I think we've got it now. Unit test, yes. And it should skip the upload. Yep. Skip the upload. Because I'm not pushing, right, not until I merge into the main branch will it do that. But the README in this branch should be updated. Here we go. Pull that Docker image. Should help here. And it did need to pull it. It didn't have it. So now when it's going to run the website, the image is there for the database. So now it should actually hit the database. Come on. Distributed application started. So it's going to run the database migration. And we should see it. We should see it start there. Right? Hopefully. How long did that take last time? $32 seconds. It's not going to work this time. That's not going to work. Yeah. We're not going to see it run. Yeah, it's very flaky. Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst. Because I can't rely on it running. So that's correct, and that's coming off of, coming out of my blob now. Out of blob storage. So that's correct. But this thing is stuck, and it looks like it's that network issue. Ice cream and food. Oh, that sounds like a winner. What do we do? Yeah. I want to take a look at that. So here's the playwright test for eShop. And it gives it 60 minutes to run. So how many times, right here's NuGet, Dependabot running it because of a NuGet bump. Distributed application starting, application host directory. Now listening on, log into the dashboard. And then it runs. Is it possible? Right? I mean, right there it's saying, well, stop the process if it didn't start. Right? We're doing that, aren't we? Yeah, there's the exit code. So flaky. It's like mom baking apple pie. Let's see if just run it one more time and then move on. I don't like that it builds it twice. Right? That feels weird. Like, I have to build it once so I get the command to install the Playwright browsers. Is there a way to shut down all the persistent Docker images? I don't know if if the containers are out there running for somebody else. Right? GitHub Actions, cleanup Docker, running containers. Run Docker cleanup. Runs on self-hosted. And prevent subsequent runs of the same job or other jobs. Like this. Maybe I need to call Docker Network Prune right up at the top? Interesting. No. It feels like that's something it should be doing itself. Right? But we hit this point and... Just to make sure we're not... Right, this should run just fine here locally. Taking a long time to restore. There it goes. So... Let's go back up here for a second. Look at this one from eShop. Setup.net, setup node. Installing using that prevents that first run. Right? You don't need to run because npx is installing Chromium right there. Right? And it's bringing in the dependencies right there. Yeah. Honestly, I'm game to try using Node to run this. I'm game to try that. Like, what do I have to lose at this point? Right? I mean, oh, my tests are all built with... These tests are built with Node. Mine are built with XUnit. But even then, hang on. Right, this runs... Yeah, it calls .NET run. What is that? I don't think it would. And it tells it it's got a 5-minute timeout to get started. Yeah, I just can't tell what it's doing there. Thank you for the follow. Oh man, excuse me. I have no idea what the next debugging step is. I'm going to take this to the Aspire team. Yeah, I don't know what to do. You spent 30 minutes trying to figure out why XUnit test results weren't working. Turns out you had 1 space instead of 2. Yeah. Yeah. That is brutal. There's... If I had extra log information about why, about what it was doing, like, okay, let's. But I can't get that insight. Take a look on. Looking on. I'm going to post a message on the Discord. I'm running into a scenario where no, I am trying to run .NET Aspire in a GitHub action so that I can execute playwright test. I'm going to go change the camera here back to over here. Trying to execute playwright tests. During CI. The app host hangs for minutes without launching my website. Is there any way I can get extra logs from the startup process in app host written to the GH logs so that I can diagnose? So David Fowler hangs out there, so see if I can get any helps with that. Ads are starting in just about, well, they did start. So I didn't want to be wrapped up in just dealing with trying to get the playwright test running all day today. I can. I'm going to update the branch. No. The fixed phone number branch that I was working on that led to us writing a bunch of these playwright tests. I don't want to sync it to main. What do I got here? Make sure I got the latest there. Not CD. Fix phone number. Git merge. All right. There it goes, running again. And it's not running the playwright test. But this one is running. And I should be able to run the full test here and get it verifying that the phone number is working, right? Because there's, what, we added like 5-6 playwright tests into this. So there it is running, and show me the website's running. Okay, distributed application started. There's the website running. So now the unit tests are being executed. Good. Not unit test, integration, end-to-end tests. And now 6 tests work from there. Fantastic. So the unit tests, they all work properly. And the playwright tests work properly as well. So I am going to squash and merge. No. Delete my branch. And it should run the it's going to run the playwright test this time. Go ahead and let's see what happens with that. But here, jump over to the other branch. And pull those changes. Fantastic. This is running, building the solution so that we can install the browsers. Part of me says just to, even if I brought in the node bits just to do the browser install, would save this build. But here it is installing those browsers. Come on, we got this. Right? Okay.
Developers.
Come on, what do we got? Pulling the Docker image. Thank you for the follow. What is that? AFK and Slay? Nice. Thank you for the follow. I've got so many GitHub messages in my email box that I need to clear up now. Ooh, baby. So we will work through that. At least 2? Oh yeah, more than 2. Playwright tests failed. Look at that. This is good. This is good. Right? TRX files. didn't find the TRX files. It's... Hang on. Over here. Come here. Oh! When it refactored, it blew away. Come here. Right? There's a whole thing. It blew away a bunch of stuff in here. Hang on. Yeah. And the create badge didn't. Oh no. Right, we screwed this up good. Man. And none of these have spaces in front of them. I am not... Why can't... Control-Alt-P. No. Yeah, indent using spaces, too. No. No. Really? Sure. Give me something here. No. I really don't want to spend time inserting spaces in front of everything because like why doesn't that do anything? Worse yet, reformat this with spaces instead of tabs. This feels like such a waste of AI, but like the tool won't do it. Wait, go back to that one. I clicked the wrong button. I want that. And now I gotta wait another 2-3 minutes while it does this. Yeah, the YAML support is needing improvement. What else am I missing here? Oh. The folder it should be reading from is is playwright test results. Right, I can just grab that. Fixed references for test results. Parsing. Yes, I leave Sunday for Stockholm. But there was still an error. Right, there was still, like, playwright found. It's looking for manage profile and site admin when doing can login. And what's this one? Can view profile. See, that feels flaky too. Right, because that runs just fine here. Right, there it is, built, running. Come on, show me that website's running. It can take screenshots. I have it set to take screenshots. We should be able to look at them. I'm not storing those artifacts. All right, see, that ran properly here. Waiting to run the test. Let's see if it hits. It takes about 30 seconds if it's going to run them. If. And any interesting talks? Nah, nothing interesting. It's all boring. Got some amazing talks. Folks who make .NET are in town, including the guy who leads C# development. Yeah, that's not going to run. It's hanging. It's not going to respond. So, all that work to test and inspect and could try running on Windows instead of Linux. Fair. This is running on Ubuntu, but I could certainly try taking it over to Windows. Sure. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's going to error. About these. If I were to say on Windows latest. Bash Go, Julia Collin, blah, 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 blah. Notice .NET still not there. Package management. Yep. No NuGet either. Docker is there. And the Azure CLI. PowerShell? I mean, of course PowerShell should be there because it's... There's a whole bunch of Rust tools, not a single .NET tool. Oh. PowerShell's not installed. IIS isn't installed either. Okay, hang on. You're saying it is installed. Hey, what, you found it, McNets? I mean, it wouldn't hurt to run it against... There, it found it. Could not find playwright test results. Yeah, because this didn't run. So, yeah, but it's at least looking in the right place now. So this stuff doesn't run because it couldn't find anything. It was your fault. Oh, no. Have a good one, Sean. If I convert this to Windows latest, might run. It might. Converting playwright test to run on Windows. About to start. Here we go on Windows. Should be the same. Should be. That version's already installed, 90100. Okay. Come on. It's taking a really long time to install .NET. There we go. Don't need to do this because I'm not on Linux. Wow. Yeah, the Linux dev certs. We don't need to do that when we're on Windows. Removed Linux certs on Windows. Hey, how you doing there? Soaking up the Git knowledge. Oh, I wish it was a little bit more than the commits of shame here. Oh, and you want light mode? Really? Really? Light mode is for monsters. Ah, come on. Actually, I'm going to be wrapping up stream here in just a minute. I have a meeting to get to. And I want to grab some lunch before said meeting. All right, building. Yep. And so the suits can read it on their phones. Come on. Here we go. These package restores are taking a real long time. Like 21 seconds to restore my unit test packages? Whoa. Installing the Playwright browsers is going to take forever. Oh, man. Okay. Like, we know how long it takes to run this on Linux. There's got to be stuff that isn't cached on the Windows machine. Right? That it's got to go bringing in. No. No. Even if this was working, no. Something's weird here. Yeah. I'm rolling this back. Fox 85. No. Fox 85. Like, yeah, I just broke it. Yeah, look at that. No. This would have been a mess to try and go through and force to get working. Versus here we are 15 seconds in. And yeah. Right, the .NET restore is taking milliseconds to complete. Yeah. Here it goes. Yeah. Oops. My email is full of PR run failed, PR run failed, PR run failed. Like, yeah. I done screwed it up. I done screwed it up right there. I was fixing to get that all straightened away, and nope. There it is. And if it's going to work, this is going to kick in at about 32 seconds. Hey, there it is. It worked this time. I don't know why, but it did. So it's actually going to execute the test. Show me. I still think this is flaky as hell, though. Like, starting test execution. Good. Do it. One failed. Why did it fail? Timeout exceeded. On trying to log out. See, this feels like we're trying to do too much on this machine. And it's not creating the badge because this isn't merging into main. Edited comment for pull request. Yeah, see, there's one comment that has the results here. So I need to merge the two suites together. It's a feature, not a bug. The Age of Aquarius, SharpSite, you can log in, but you can't log out. It works. It does work. Right? Right? We know we can get that working here locally. But I want it working on the continuous integration. So it feels like there's a piece that I'm missing here somewhere. So that it's there was like a concurrent threads. Right? Like concurrent tests. Right, so retries. So it's going to retry twice when it's running on continuous integration. And there's only one parallel worker when it's running on continuous integration. So maybe I need to be doing that as well. Right? How do I tell Playwright in .NET mode to retry? And how do I tell it only has one worker in .NET mode? How do I... I'm making this notes. How do I tell Playwright to retry? How do I limit the number of workers? Right, .NET, docs. New max retries option in request context. Show me the node one. Playwright test retries. Retries are a way to automatically rerun a test when it fails. Useful when a test is flaky and fails intermittently. Yeah. And they're passing it in as an argument. But there was also the number of workers. Oh, wait a sec. Running tests in parallel. There, max parallel threads. Right, so if I set that in CI to 1, ads have started. How do I know if I'm on CI? Is it... Huh. What do we got there, chat? How's it going? Watch Me Lurking asks, is it hard to create an Azure account? No, not hard at all. No. You're going to need a credit card. Yep, there you go. And McNet's helping with that. You're stuck at phone verification even though you put in the correct mobile number, it doesn't verify. Yeah. If I put that... Where's it calling .NET test? there. And we force it to 1. Try that again. Who dat? Thank you for the follow. Is it Rumanov Leonid? Welcome. And it's going to start running the test. Now the test should run slower because I'm forcing it to 1 thread. What test is this? Can view profile. Double check. Yeah, that phone number should run through. There might be a support person you can contact on that. I'm not familiar. It's been forever since I've created my account. Starting, there it is. Admin. Okay. So it should be clicking on site admin. Wait a sec. That's not it. On administrator. Get by role heading. What? Right on can view profile. And this is on account manage, which is an index razor. That one. Yeah, it's telling me it can't see that. Lots of playwright test results it's written. I'm okay with that. Yeah, it didn't log in. Went to account manage and it got the login thing. Thank you for the follow. Look at that screenshot again. Yeah, we're on the login. Let's take a screenshot. Do that again. Good evening. How you doing there? Welcome. I need to wrap up here. I wanted to get some lunch before my next meeting. It's running right now. I know. There you go. Okay, application started. I expect to see, there we go. Can log out fail. Yeah. Okay, that did log in that time properly. It's interesting how flaky it is when I forced it down to one parallel. Right? Like if I open that back up to 5, right, just to throw a number on it. Website running, end-to-end tests. Works fine. I wonder if we're somehow crisscrossing browsers. You know? I'm getting the same browser logged in all the time. There it is. Can view profile. It didn't fill in the email box. That's going to run every time, and because I reuse this. No, don't do that. All right, what are we doing wrong here? Let's go back into here. What other options do we have here? No. Is there... Is there something we're not doing right? And the page tests are overwriting each other. They're running in the same browser and somehow colliding. Run test in isolation. Every test gets a fresh environment, even when multiple tests run in a single browser. But that says for in-unit and MS test. So am I seeing something different because it's X-unit? I don't know. But when I up that number of concurrent threads, it sure works properly every time. And I still need to write tests that are like the opposite. I can't manage my profile when I'm not logged in. Right? I try to go to manage profile and it throws me over to the login page. That type of thing. Increase the timeout. It's a 30-second timeout and it wasn't taking. I mean, it says it waited 5 seconds for the page. And when we looked at the screenshot it took, there was an error on it trying to log in. Just landed your first web development job as a front-end developer since it's a small company. Looking for someone with front-end and back-end skills. You have some back-end experience with Java and Fast API, but don't know C# and .NET. Do I think it's possible to learn them on the job while focusing on front-end? Yes, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Hey, good evening, Sir Barkalot. I could set an order to avoid concurrent threads. I forget how to do that. Running specific tests. Debugging. Run XUnit tests in order. Yep. Actually, I don't think Maddie's going to be there, but I will be there, yes. Use BUnit with XUnit, even if you don't really like to test UI. Yeah. Yeah, I'm... Right, XUnit you can disable parallel. I'm clicking. Parallel, none. Where'd it go? Try it again. PHP. Where? What PHP? Where do you see PHP? Starting. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I can sneak in and look. Ooh, look at that. Database didn't start. Why? Oh, I need to prune the network again. Maybe I should do that in my script. Right? Just force it to clean up after itself. Log into the dashboard and... Wow. So the volume it tried to launch with, it didn't like. Like, here. No, container lifetime. Yeah, read only false. I forgot to do this. But will it clean up the data volume afterwards? Right, so it created... There should be a ugly data volume over here somewhere. That's not it. That's not it. No. There it is. What happened there? It didn't apply the... Didn't apply the database migrations. Can't. Well, it stopped. All right, so I'm seeing a bunch of flakiness in there. A bunch of flakiness. There it is, setting for user login, and it just shut itself down. Yeah. Yeah, the schema missing thing. Which is really weird because it starts properly. Now it didn't clean up the other volume. That other volume is still out there. See, now that time it ran properly. Do I really need with the data volume? Like, I don't care if you persist. Shut down. You're a test. And here's the database commands failing. Database does not exist. Relation does not exist. And it didn't even attempt to create them. And now it works. Started. There it is. The website didn't wait for this. Applied to migrations, shutting down. So actually, that error is correct. Well, I didn't mean to run git status. I've got a hotkey that does that. But that ran properly. And it should have cleaned up my... Go back into my Docker. Get rid of that. Like, these containers should be gone, right? Look at all the containers running. I told it transient, it should have shut them down. Like, there's a lot of these out here. You can stop. Oh my gosh. I've got a notification on top of Docker Desktop. Yeah, there's a new version that it wants to apply. There's the database running. Is it? So it's done, it's stopped, but it didn't clean up the database. Even though it's marked as session. As yeah. Wait a sec. I'm killing the process. I'm not gracefully killing it. So I think I see what's going on here. Right, how do I send Control C into this process instead of kill? Instead of calling stop process. Instead of calling stop process, can we send a Control C keystroke to that process? Wow. Let's just do that and see if that helps. Let me move you over here for right now. And I'm going to delete that extra database out there. I hope I didn't. No, those are fine. I'm going to delete. Yeah. I hope it's a graceful stop. I hope it is. There it is running. Right, and there it goes. Website's running. Let's cancel this for now. It did clean up the database. What happens if I just let it run and do Control-C at the end? Started running. That shouldn't be running yet. Right? It started when it should have waited for the migration service to end. This is still running in the background. That process didn't end. Woohoo! Stop. It did just stop now. There it is. Will it stop on its own? Just gracefully, because see it running there. Waiting to see if it goes. Have a good one, McNets. Nothing. So how do I kill it? I can't grep from here and go find it. Oh, look at all the .NET hosts running. I'm just randomly killing .NET host here. There was that one. Yeah. And this is still running. I even killed that one, but... So what I'm wondering is... right, the migration service should be waiting for the database.
Developers.
Thank you for the follow. Do I need to kind of reset itself so that then this is wired up and that wait for runs properly, and then consequently, right, that's the one that I'm most concerned about. Let's see. And then I'm going to run. Oh my gosh, yeah, I've got a meeting here in 10 minutes to get to. Whew. Let's do this. Try closing it so that maybe the parent process releases? I don't know. Here. See what we get. Yeah. Okay, so it's running. There it is. Okay, that looks like it ran properly. But it did not shut down because once again, it clobbered it. It canceled it. I need to figure out how to gracefully stop the .NET Aspire process. Yeah, I'm going to need to do a little bit more iterating on this. There's a couple of things that just aren't quite right there. but I do need to wrap up. I'm going to stream tomorrow morning as well. We'll try and work through some more of these things, but I do need to run because I have a couple meetings I need to get to here. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. That's pretty cool, Eric. That's pretty cool. It's great being able to share and get other folks interested in that. You know what? Let's go raid Code Rushed. We haven't raided him in a while. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to tinker and try and get through a little bit of this continuous integration so that updates so that it isn't as flaky running Playwright. Get this running properly and in a stable way so we have consistent, valuable results coming out of our GitHub Actions. Thank you so much for joining us. I will talk to you tomorrow. Until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. That's not the right one, this one. Haha, that's the right button.